Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me? How's everyone's day going? Say we had some pretty substantial, I don't know, developments in the Warframe universe this week, wouldn't you? Just trying to get a few things set up and ready to go here. This is going to be kind of like a dual function stream, if you will. We're going to be going over the translations, but I have to continue on with the second character. We you know we can't just give up on this undertaking. It's going to be necessary for all kinds of things moving forward, I'm sure. Not to mention, I was inspired, right? Hear me out on this. So, I had mentioned, I think, everybody that moving forward, I do want to start to stream a little bit more. But I'm not going to be streaming just Warframe. I'm going to be doing some other things, most notably Monster Hunter Wilds when it comes out, because I just love it. And also, it's a really fun game to play with people. So, it's great for getting people into stream and playing that. And plus, the game just itself is just a blast. But I think what I'm going to do, if anybody has romanced Eleanor, right, they know that she will periodically come over to, or whenever you walk by her, she'll say something to the effect of like, "Why don't you let me take your body for a spin for a while? You know, I could get you into all kinds of trouble." And I got to thinking to myself, what if I took your body for a spin, but in all kinds of different games? So, moving forward, every character that I make is going to be Eleanor. And I'm going to just ride her through games pretty much. What do you think? It's for me, it's a wonderful thing to be able to kind of have a character that I don't just, constantly make me, but then who knows, I might be able to even incorporate things with Warframe speaking to characters in like Eleanor speaking to us from other games and stuff like that. I mean, if you've been romancing her at all, she's very frisky. So but that being said, let me just quickly say hello to everybody. I kind of missed doing that because I was just a little bit. Let's just say my attention was elsewhere for half a second. But it's good to see you all. Thank you for being here this afternoon, this morning, or this evening, depending on where you are. Yeah. Before we get into actually like playing, um, yesterday we actually had a members only stream for channel members, and we kind of got into this just a little bit. But I had mentioned there that today I wanted to get back into it, and so for those that maybe don't know what we're talking about, I will show you. Move the chat over here. So, interestingly, in Bandcamp, new lyrics were opened up for certain songs within the Whispers in the Walls soundtrack, and crazily enough, they have lyrics. So I wanted to actually go. Have I seen the dev stream? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. Yara Ushlin. Yeah, okay. So there's a couple things I want to get into too because I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me see some. Yeah, Stallord actually has a thread here. I don't know if anybody's seen this, but again, this is just so far from what I've seen. This seems to be a very, very good structure, a potential structure for the void tongue. Is it right? I don't know. He doesn't even know, but I do think it's worth. If you don't know Stallard, you should definitely look him up on Twitter. I think he's on Blue Sky too, YouTube obviously, but he believes that the void tongue seems to be built using a lot of modifiers. I don't want to take his information here. This is obviously his stuff, but you can kind of get an idea how the words aren't necessarily a one-to-one translation. It's more, at least the way that he believes, it's kind of they're kind of phrases. I guess that's the best way. Can you see it now? Well, I mean, you know, Travis. Interestingly enough, once we get a definitive, like a firm thing on exactly what, um, what the full structure is, we can begin to go through, um, you know, all kinds of different things because there's voices literally everywhere throughout the sanctum. So who knows what they're saying just in passing? The infinite dung. Could you guys read that? But I wanted to just go into it a little bit because I mean there's some pretty substantial things here, but mostly, and I brought this up in our stream yesterday, and I want to bring it up again. I think that the biggest thing that we've kind of gotten out of this so far is the establishment of really there is like a one above all. There's now I don't know if it's that's the thing where we're at right now is the master. We may think the master is the man in the wall, the Vitruvian form, right? But there could still be another form above that. And I don't think this is right or is in the same full sentence. But I mean, you can kind of see here in this song, what is this one? Morum Vol. Eternal service, light out of darkness, behold us. The master has the master returned. Welcome, newcomer. We give freely of our many lights. That one's a weird one because, like, by definition, or at least what we know, the void kind of wants to take lights. So I guess maybe they're almost giving their light as an offering, maybe to the void. That makes sense, I suppose, in that regard. But it goes on. The master eternal service. Has the master returned? Welcome, newcomer. Behold us. And I mean, I would assume, given that this music is what's playing, while we're in the sanctum and we're doing missions and whatnot, you can I given how literal the music seems to be within the Warframe like universe here now, especially with the Dakota and online and the kind of the influence of the song, if you will. You can start to potentially even consider that the next time, like I said, when you're going through the halls of the sanctum, they are singing in, and this may even be something close to what Entrati was talking about with the original, the Kavia, singing freakish praise to the one beyond the wall. I mean, that's exactly what these songs. There's the first one. The master has the master return. I imagine that they're just putting these things into. There's only like a little bit of kind of ambient vocals in a lot of these songs. Is why there's only a little bit of. I'm gonna put this over here so I can read the comments too. I know you guys are getting a double dose of the comments on the page, but it's a lot easier for me to read both things together. Well, no, I don't think that we're the master. I don't that we're definitely not the master. In fact, so the idea here is it's either one or the other. Is when I think when we're walking through the thing, us going through, they're talking to each other about the potential return of the master. And again, and this was one of the things that I brought up in yesterday's stream that I think a lot of people really do miss when they think about the new war. The new war, whereas it was a really interesting story with um like and for you all that were here in the stream yesterday, you're gonna get a little some double dosage again. But when in that quest, people focused so much on the confrontation between Ballas and the Lotus, and then our position within then, and then we were thrown into a secondary kind of like a narrative where now we've split into two characters. But I think if you go back through the story now, what you're going to really understand is that the new war and its little bits beforehand, including, I would say, Chimera Protocol, or Chimera, what do you call what's the thing called again? Prologue. That's right, Chimera Prologue. Yoshi, how are you? Well, of course, see, that's another thing. But from starting at Chimera and going through the new war, none of it becomes possible without the man in the wall's influence. Like, we don't get the paracesis without. Let me see that real quick. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily know that. I'll be honest with you. I think this is what we were talking about last night about the this particular one. I'm concerned about this eternal union that they speak of. Let me finish my thing on the new war, and then I'll go into the master returns and why I don't think this is referring to us as the master. Um, Because again, too, before I go back to that, if it saw us, it would be calling us the master. It wouldn't be wondering if the master has actually come back yet. Whereas the man in the wall might be a different scenario, especially given where its position underneath. But getting back to the new war, though, um, from the very beginning, it's all about the man in the wall essentially hatching a plan to make it into our reality, because that's the end product of the new war. And you find that out in the sanctum, in the codex, which I can't get to with this character, unfortunately, the character I'm on. But you find that out in the sanctum, in that was how it was able to make its way into this reality through what happened at the end of the new war. And that is the reason why it was so engaged with trying to make everything occur as it did. Like I was saying, the paracesis, we don't get it without the man in the wall's influence. There's a bunch of things that don't happen. I mean, if you want my honest opinion, the drifter doesn't come back without the man in the wall. And I talked about on stream yesterday, I'm not going to reveal this one today because this one's going to go into a video, but I truly do believe we have enough information now after the hex that we can definitively say, and I'm going to be doing a video on this too. I'll explain. There's been some hiccups in my videoing, and I'll get into that in a second as well. But essentially, I think we have enough information now to figure out what the deal was between the Tenno and the man on the wall during that scene that they've omitted. I mean, there's multiple things. If you go back through the quest, through the quests, especially the ones that are specifically for the the Tenno saga or whatever they consider that, I think you can find. I'm trying to think what quests show the most information. Nata does. Second Dream is like, it's huge. As far as information about what's happening now, there's a bunch of little things in there that kind of give a pretense for what the kids would even the man in the wall would want from the children, if you will. Okay, because I mean, again, there are a bunch of kids on a shipwrecked vessel out in the middle of nowhere. What can they? What can you do? But the man in the wall knew what they could do. Let me see. What if the Master Returns is referring to the Drifter taking its power back? I mean, I suppose it could. I know you want to make us the master, but I don't see the Drifter or the Tenno as any form of master in Warframe, and I'm going to explain to you why. You ready for this? We are not an active protagonist. The Tenno do not make the story. The story comes to the Tenno. What's the song? Bazukata? Because I might know it. I might even know it. Maybe know. Yeah, I mean, I think that's that's Travis says, I think you got something there. Before we go into the towel thing, um, I just want to make it very clear to everybody that like we might very well go to Tao, but I wouldn't hang my hat on it because that particular part I can't even say for certain that it's Albrecht. And further, I don't know why Albrecht would even want to go to Tao. That was Ballas's thing. Entrati can go literally anywhere he wants. Oh yeah, that song's so good. Does that have? Is that the Jelly Ross song? I guess that's not for the first one, but oh, for people that were in chat yesterday, do do you see how the chat shows up on the screen now just fine? For whatever reason, when I do a members only one, it refuses to do it. But here, if it's just a normal stream, it's fine. I'm not doing anything different. Like I said, I'm not saying that maybe we don't go to Tau eventually, but what I am saying is I think the very end of the Hex was, let's just say, I don't think that was Entrati. And the main reason is because of he has no scars. He's not. Well, there. Okay, Vildari. That's another thing that we can get into today that we just briefly see. Um, and let me apologize too a little bit today, everybody. I said this to people yesterday. My allergies they're on fire. They're real bad. So if I sound a little stuffed up today, I do apologize. It's just it's bad time of the year right now. Um, well, oh, okay. Now, yes, Fadari, yes, you did it. Okay, so we brought this up in stream yesterday. They weren't. The man in the wall wasn't talking to Entrati whenever he said master. And here I'm going to show you the proof. You ready for this? So, let me put this on. Okay. This was actually something that I brought up um, in my video about this because I didn't. There's this really weird little part whenever Lloyd is talking to Entrati, or the man on the wall isn't talking to Entrati, right? Where it almost looks like someone kind of hold on, let me get the chat back. I need it. Apologize. So it looks like somebody pulls at his arm. Watch this. Hopefully it'll start up here for me.
Master, my master, why hast thou abandoned me?
All that matters is I'm here now. There, my faithful man-cat.
But is it really you? After all these years, I've...
Right there.
hurting me.
That's it, isn't it?
And I showed that off yesterday as well. If Is that the master who's pulling at him at that point? And further, or what is what we're seeing there, that the master can move between any of its underlings and not at the same time. So perhaps even if he was calling that Entrati master, right? This one. I should probably let's see this. Yeah, just for a second. If this is the master, then we could very much be, I guess, looking at a situation where this is the main guy through a body, but then, a second later, it's now it's one of the underlings. And in reality, you think it's Wally taunting? Yeah, see, I disagree there. I think that there's a conversation here, and there's a piece that's actually a little bit. On the in the shadow on the wall. Am I? I'm trying to see. I disagree. I don't think that, and I think no offense, but I think uh, this kind of stuff is going towards what I believe. So I'm reading the chat right now. Again, I'm going to keep my opinion, and we'll find out in the end who's right. I'm sorry. I feel that I don't understand that scene. Then that doesn't make any sense. But what is the scene? The scene itself doesn't make any sense. Then
My faithful man cat.
that's my problem with it.
But is it really you? After all these years, I've...
So, do you see what I'm saying? Like, what is going on then? What this isn't that this doesn't have it means nothing because you have Lloyd speaking to him because as I understood it the first time I watched it, the very first time I watched it, that's what I thought. I thought that this was a singular entity walking across back and forth. So he's Lloyd now. He was Saren earlier, and he goes over here, and now he's talking, and he's kind of having this little thing, this back and forth. But is it really you after all these years?
After all these years, I've...
What?
Master, you're hurting me.
Again, I'm gonna have to disagree, and I might be wrong, but I feel like we may come down to a stream here in the very future where I'm gonna be able to say that I'm actually right on this one. And I think, as I mentioned, that this is the key. But we will find out. See, I thought it's a threat to Albrecht. Look, if you continue to act like you and visit Lloyd. Hello, Gemma. Um, well, again, at that particular moment, he would he would actually stop if, say, there is another entity there pulling at the arm, even invisible or whatever, a force. When Entrati would start talking, because that's what they're looking for, is information, they would stop what they were doing to get what they wanted from him. I don't see how. Okay, maybe we're just like really off on interpretations of this scene, but I don't know. I don't see why would you grab Lloyd's arm? But I mean, here's the thing, though, guys. Like, you're missing one of Entrati's like major character aspects. In order for him to care like that, right? You have to then take into consideration that Entrati isn't Entrati. Then don't forget what he asks us to do in the same quest. But no. Sorry, not that last one. Hey, grabbing Lloyd's arm being a threat of hurting Lloyd while he's playing to get Albert to talk. But the thing that came out of Albert's mouth wasn't something that the indifference wanted. He wasn't looking for Entrati to say the oh, the poison to your plan. I figured it out. Well, it's not so much a secondary entity. What it is it's kind of like everything else in this universe up to this point. There seems to be more of a singular entity controlling the masses. So a master above all, well, it makes sense first. I mean, it absolutely makes sense with the sheer volume at this point of, let's say, void copies that are around. I mean, just not including the origin system, We have a whole island full of children that had just disappeared. So, well, see now again, I really do feel like the love thing. Everybody wants Entrati to be this this incredibly loving guy because they want him to be in a relationship with Lloyd. But unfortunately, that is not who Entrati is. It's just not. It's not to this day. He does not care about anybody or anything. He cares about the plan. That's why he's gone. Because clearly, and think about this, if the goal was to keep the indifference away from Lloyd by leaving, he didn't succeed in any way, shape, or form, did he? Furthermore, the other thing you have to ask, if Entrati himself attempted to trap himself in 1999, right? Because that's the thing. That's what happened with the whole, having Lloyd destroy the machine that sent him back, right? That was the idea. If the idea was to trap himself in 1999, then why does he have a problem being trapped in 1999 during the quest? How is the indifference tried to stop us? It has not tried to do anything like that. We have done everything that the indifference has wanted us to do, including if you're looking at the Entrati versus man in the wall thing in the hex, the man in the wall wanted us to not kill the hex and not destroy 1999. Albrecht wanted that, said it was necessary for the plan. What did we do? The Whisper's ending isn't a lie to the effect of what it is it's a couple lines of dialogue that everybody seems to hang their hat on as Entrati becoming a new man. And he is not anywhere close to that. And again, there's all kinds of little things. Yes, the indifference did empower us. That is true. For a very specific reason. And I will tell you something else. Everything the indifference wanted from us, we have done. Everything. Hello. This is a good stream today. We're getting into it. What do you mean, why does the murmur exist then? It's souls. Wait, what's is maybe the is the my what do you call it? Is my microphone low? We know through information through the lotus essentially that there's souls. My opinion is the murmur are corrupted aspects of different people. I mean, heck, think about all the different things that have gone into the void. We can even talk about little things like, say, like Min. And I think I can turn up my mic a little bit. Yeah, if you want that, I can do it for you. Yes, yes. How's that? A little bit better? And Ian, and potentially more. I mean, that's there's another aspect to it. Like there's countless dead bodies that have been strewn through the sanctum itself. And again, these are the things that we've already, this is the stuff that we know. Okay? The stuff that we don't know is all the other things that Entrati has tried. I mean, we have these like five, for lack of a better term, we have like five little lore stories of a man that's been doing this for centuries, right? Decades at least. What else? I mean, there. I tried to make my point in the video for the 1999. I don't think that. Yeah, Ali, I agree. I agree. The murmur is Wally's army. That's true. But I mean, again, I mean, if that is Wally's army, there has to be a king or a general. So Entrati in his lost notes, he talks about stacks of dead bodies laying in pyramids that he offered to the void as a method by which to attempt to dumb down the indifference, because his first concept of it was when he went up against it, he believed that it was his, I mean, this is the saddest part, but he believes that it was his equal mentally, right? So the concept that he thought was, okay, so if it copied my mindset, perhaps if I give it the stupid animals, it will kind of coalesce into a less intelligent being, and thus I would be able to overcome it mentally, right? What do you? I don't understand the question. Then why does it need an army? I maybe I'm missing something in the chat here. I feel like I almost have to get into I let the cat out of the bag here a little bit about. I don't necessarily know if there's any. I just think that they're henchmen in the way of an army. Like they do its bidding. That's what it is. That's what they do. That's what they've done. And in every story. Oh yeah, look at side quest. Look in the Albrecht's Lost Notes. I think it's in the Cavia. Unfortunately, this character doesn't have. I don't have anything on his characters. I can't go in and look. And again, that so kind of what we've seen. Like when you go to the what was the passage in Duviri about the dead or the hollow children? Um, the hollow children were essentially like, yeah, essentially what they go out and do what it wants. And I mean, I think that you can even make this case really, because if you go back and if we go into the Duviri, I mean, you could really see a lot of it. There's a part where a huge hand comes out of the ground and tries to swallow stuff up. So there's that. Like I said, there's the instance of the hollow children that are copies of the adults from Duviri that were taking their kids to school. Yes, there you go. That's the word. Thralls. Love it. And damn. Now, here's the thing. You might you do have me thinking a little bit. I don't know. That's so weird though. What if the murmur is kind of life, but not the man on the wall? Yeah, the hollow children are the doppelgangers of Duviri. That's correct. I don't know. I mean, they look like pieces of him, which is essentially what we know of based upon what Vor says. That all of the sanctum and and you can actually see the separation too. This is the craziest part, but all of the sanctum and the man itself, you know how it looks like dust, right? And they even say, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hold on. And then there's this. Mhm. Where's that one? Yes. The material world, dust, right? So, Vor talks about it. Um, he talks about the wall, the basically that being a wall of bone. And I think the way that this dust and bone type thing is it's like essentially the man on the wall and the murmur are made up of like the organic stuff of the universe. Did you in your side quest in the lost notes in the cavia? I think that's where it's at. If you go through the whole thing, hold on. All right, you ready? I employed a variety of cavia in an attempt to unmake the adversary. The principle was straightforward enough, though in hindsight I abhor my naivete. My humanity had been unscrolled by the caustic void, and now smirked back at me across the divide, privy to all my unfettered malice and pettiness. In answer, I resolved to hurl into the void minds that were not human. Let it parody them. The proximity of the bestial would force a humbling devolution, or so I thought. The majority of the cavia merely died. I gave the void living beings, and it sent me back bedraggled cadavers. The dead lay stacked in pyramids around my deserted lab. I was nothing but a failed priest. It says, but a glass of splinter of stubbornness still stuck in me, and so I persisted. The correct combination of creatures would work. So my point was that at the end of the day, how long between here and here? Let's see. Visionary Nestle. What is it? That this line here is always like really. There, I don't know if I'm understanding that right, but is that how Lloyd like healed his eyes or something? Where's Key? Looks like he fit in Wally's head. Well, of course, yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading all these. I apologize. All right, look. Well, see, I think Randall, I think after the new war, now he can. Before the new war, before that, it's I that was the thing. And it, like I said, in this in the let's see, it's not here too. Codex. Um, what is that called again? I can't remember where it's at, but there's a. All right, guys, hold on. It's starting to bug me. We're gonna call an audible. We're gonna sit my second character, right? And we're bringing in the righty. So I don't have to keep doing this. Fox. I think it's even more interesting. Did anybody see that Destiny has a new Void sidearm coming out called the Lotus Eater? No, I have not tried using the new wiki. I didn't even know if it was up yet. I'm going with what I know for the moment, but I did think that was pretty. That's going to be a pretty nice change moving forward. All right. So where is it? Boop. See, I mean, in here you get all kinds of little clues. So the Tenno's personal timeline has been disrupted. Knowing he cannot kill the Tenno, Ballas has opted to imprison them within their own history. The Tenno will be unable to escape this loop without the paradoxical intervention of an outside force. The thing is that the Drifter wouldn't have that force. You know what I'm saying? So where is? Yeah, here we go. In a deranged attempt to transport himself and his cult to Tau, Ballas opened portals between the void and conventional reality on an unprecedented scale. This has attracted the attention of the indifferents, whose freedom of action appears to have drastically increased. The threat posed by the indifferents is now at a critical level. So when if you go back and play the new war, now you're going to know that the entire time, because that was always my question, like why, what does the indifference even have to do with any of this? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like what is he? Like why is he even here? Aside from, because that's it, like when I first played through the new war, I just remember thinking to myself, like, dude, that was so awesome that we got to find out, like, why the man, or how we got our powers and the man of the wall and cool stuff. And I'm like, but afterwards, I'm like, but I still don't understand, like, why. I don't think we know the indifference is completely bad, because I don't think the indifference is completely bad. I think the indifference is a product of what it is now. Um, there was a time whenever the indifference was, let's say, um, I brought this up, I think maybe last week's stream, but I'll bring it up again, more on the lines of what I would call a demiurge. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where essentially, um, a god of all kinds of um, incredible power, incredible creative power, but not necessarily even aware of what it's doing or why it did it, or even if it does have its own level of sentience, it could have created something as just a byproduct of something else that it did and didn't even realize it. And because of that, it looks upon us in the same breath of like an ant, right? Okay, so okay, this is what I want to get into. So now, because maybe I can feed you all enough to get, maybe you'll just get the answer on your own on what Wally's deal was. All right, all right. Ready? Everybody, get ready. Put your thinking caps on, as you remember from school, right? And I'm gonna feed you a few things, and let's see if you can come to the same conclusion I did. Here we go. So, you are a demiurge. You are this, infinite being. Again, you may have sentience, you may not. But one day, something out of nowhere opens a hole, and by essentially going to it and touching it, you were able to transfer essentially the at least the mindset of this being, right? So now you are a demiurge with not only full sentience of the plight of the super small people, right? The super smalls, but you're also given a level of indifference on in its own right in how Entrati behaves. So after that, because there's a lot of time in between that we, from the time that the indifference was, like, I guess, introduced as an Entrati inspired thing, up until the Tenno, the old war, the new war, all this stuff. A lot of time goes by, and from Whispers in the Walls, or I mean, in the Hex Quest, we do find out that essentially we are we're being leveled with by the indifference itself for just a moment while we're on the Zeraman. And it explains to us, I gave you this power. I gave it to you freely. But the Orokin, they took. They took, and it was, using, the very graphic description of flayed flesh for stolen stars. Essentially, they they took the void's gifts, the void's abilities. So this group of ants started using your power without you necessarily wanting them to. And so you go, because you aren't fully into this area, you go and you create an agent. And in the as you're creating the agent, what's the one thing that you think you would want to do, especially given that you were some incredibly awesome being that's now being dragged apart by ants? What would you want? What would you want your agent to do? There's the deal, side quest. I don't think that burn them to the ground. There it is. That's why he was upset with us whenever we took the page, because by giving that page to Lloyd, you actually made an Orican happy. And he wants them all burned to the ground. And he's going to use us to do it. It's true. He does have the knowledge of Entrati, but with the mind of a child. And that's exactly it. Like, he doesn't understand. He doesn't get what this war will do. I mean, let's be real. He could have, by all rights, orchestrated the events of the new war. I mean, he was definitely helping the situation. Think of it this way. Here's a question for you. Did Ballas know that the man in the wall was going to deliver us to him? How would we have gotten the paracesis? Lloyd isn't working. Yeah, he counts too. He might be a servant, but he's still working. And you can even see it in his smug little attitude the minute that we meet him. Again, he might not have been an Orican elite. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying he wants to eliminate the Orican. Every aspect of them. Every bit, every little bit. I'm even here, think of this. Check this out. Ready? When the Zeraman was first recovered, what did the children do? Was the paracesis to kill the lotus, or was the paracesis to give the drifter a method to come into our reality? I mean, why would Ballast just cut her hand off? Why wouldn't he stab her or cut our hand off? I mean, you could stab us. I mean, you can say you don't think that Ballast knew that Wally existed, but that's a huge portion of the new war, is that the man on the wall leads us. Without the man on the wall, we do not get the paracesis, and thus the new war does not go. So, if Ballast wanted us to have the paracesis, did he know that the man on the wall was going to bring us there? Did he ask for the man on the wall to bring us there? Did the man on the wall tell him that he was going to bring us there? Or did somebody, as an agent, say, because that's what I'm saying, like, the Tenno wouldn't, without the man on the wall, they wouldn't even have knowledge of the weapon. They wouldn't have knowledge of it. There's a bunch of different things that we wouldn't even have seen without the man on the wall. Think about the scene before that, or I mean, the scene after with the first part of the Prelude to War, or in the era part. Yeah, I mean that is what the paracesis is, a fulcrum of the new war. Without that weapon, like, so much cannot occur. Think about what the importance of that piece, and then think about that without the direct involvement of the man on the wall with direct instruction on where to go, we don't get that piece. But how would he even speak to us to tell us to come there? Do you got, are you all following me here? That, like, in the Chimera prologue, we are called to the helmet, and then the man in the wall wears the helmet and brings us all the way back to where um the Lotus's chambers are, and then opens a portal that brings us all the way to the sentient ship, so we can see a very, very specific tiny little piece of that ship that just so happens to house Ballast, who we thought was dead. Either Ballast was part of Wally. Yeah, Ballast War was part of Wally's design. Yes, Ballast may not have known that he was part of Wally's design. And again, excuse me, with what we saw in the Whispers in the Walls, right? Or I mean, in the Hex Quest. Think about the number of people that could have went to Ballast as a Wally form and spoke to him, and he wouldn't have known. It could have even been the Lotus herself. Yeah, I mean, the indifference is the concept. Wally is the personification. That's probably the best way I can describe if you're having trouble understanding like the difference between the two, and that some people call people Wally and others the indifference. The indifference is the concept. Wally is the personification. That's the guy that we see. Oh, how could Entrati and Ballast both have created Warframes? Actually, that's easy, and I think if you want to be completely honest, I think it's actually inferred in Entrati's notes that because he actually goes and talks about that using Ballast's Helminth, I was able to make. Hold on, let's just go back. We can have some fun. Yeah. Uh, yeah, here.
I went among the denizens of the plague year like a savior, my hands filled with healing. To those who volunteered, I brought more than mere health. Their bodies were primed. It needed only the Helminth infusions brought from my own time to work the alchemy of transformation. They have become partial Warframes, still in possession of their free will, yet enhanced,
Hello, Audrey.
void-attuned, capable.
So essentially, he took Ballast's Helminth serum. That's it. That's how he made Warframes. For all you guys that were flaming me on Twitter here, they still haven't coded this right, I guess. Is the Warframes, they don't, Helminth won't say anything to the Warframe like that unless it gets seated in a chair. Oh, but I think I think what he meant was they're ready, primed to be injected, primed to be made into Warframes. Well, I mean, CMB, that's another thing too, is that there's a lot of interesting powers and things that are going on here that characters shouldn't necessarily have or even be a part of. Like the Lotus is very strange at this point. After the New War, the Lotus just seems very different. That's the best I can describe for you. Let's see, Trotting Ballast team up. I mean, to think that the two of them. Hey, everybody, if you have a question specifically for me, put my name in there with the little @ with my handle there, if you would. It's so much easier to see. Unfortunately, I'm old. I suck, I know. So let me get a couple questions here. What if Ballast's portal was the reason the indifference showed up so that the indifference could get inside of... Well, I mean, there's definitely that's another thing, Gavin. Something occurred there with the Lotus at the very end with her hand on, burning and whatnot. That was a really strange thing. And like I said, the fact that she's just acted like very out of character. And what I mean by that, I'm not saying that she's like different emotionally or anything else like that, but her involvement, her direct involvement in the game itself after the New War kind of just plummeted down to nothing. Whereas like she was more of the she was kind of like the our leader, our mentor, and the person kind of helping us out, directing us where to go, what we should be doing. She just completely takes a back seat. And I can understand that, and one, you can look at the story as, oh, she's letting the Tenno do their own thing and blah, blah, blah. And that makes sense. But at the same time, it's just the mentality and she's just so silent now versus like kind of being a lot more talkative. And it feels like we're going to see something in the future where the Lotus, I don't know. There's something weird about her. There's something really weird. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, okay, so how does the Lotus send the Drifter back to 1999? I have no clue. It's one of those crazy powers. Again, it's one of those things that there's just a lot of things that if I didn't understand how Warframe storytelling was and how you have to dig a lot deeper to get the true answers, I would tell you there's holes in the story just like literally everywhere. But the problem is that they probably aren't holes. Perfect example. So she can send us back to 1999 through the pager. And what I have to wonder is, because we were supposed to look for Entrati, why can Entrati not come through the same way, like come back? And I keep going back to the other point, is that I don't understand. If the idea was that you wanted to be trapped in 1999 so that the indifference couldn't get to you, then why does that become a problem when we get there? Is it because now we're all trapped in there with him? And if so, is that just another situation where, here we go, just Entrati, he just kind of messed up, calculation just a tiny bit off, that kind of thing. Okay, so let's see, Ballas and Entrati team. Absolutely possible, although I will tell you that the sharing of power between the two of them, that would be an interesting dynamic to actually watch, because that would be... They're very different, but they're very similar in the most oppressive of ways. So we'd probably just want to not let them two ever hang out if possible. 4 more proto frames. I can't wait for that. That's going to be amazing. Well, that's true. You went through Helminth in a Warframe, but it was like a Did anybody understand that it was kind of like a... It was almost like a... Dare I say, like a pre-made Warframe. Just the real basic one. Just shot right out. No strings, no frills. And it makes me wonder if, whatever happened there, can we use Warframes like that as conduits now? I mean, because clearly we are not trapped in this area.
Have been in here.
So is Entrati still trapped?
In the floor.
Because I can just go right back to my orbit anytime I want. Heck, I can even take Quincy. You want to see my stuff? Heck yeah, buddy. Let's go. I'm still calling the 2 Lotus theory. Well, I mean, that's pretty. I love that one. Side quest says anyone in the Matrix. Nice. Let's see. Dude, yeah, that's a good CMB. That's actually kind of nice if the. Oh yeah, certainly. I apologize. Yep. Is that any better for the game volume? Well, I understand that, but so then my question is how did we get untrapped? Because we needed the spark to get untrapped. Did we not from Entrati? Well, okay, Diego. Just so you know, crazily enough, in Hulvania in 1999, they're not actually Jade Eximus. They're like in Fervon Eximus or whatever. Well, that's a good. Alienic, that's a really good question there. If you do have eternalism, plot holes, they can almost always be covered up. Yeah, I mean, the Drifter, it essentially, you know. But even if, you know, if I want to, just. Yeah, you know, he's here.
Yeah.
Oh, Duviri
See
run?
how it
I'll
is.
play some Duviri. Anybody want to hop in for some Duviri? We can talk about. Yes, Arthur is one of the. Arthur's one of the bases for the vessels, and I think Aui's the other one. Now again, he may have made more of the other. I mean, we may come to find that there is actually. Multiple different like variations of a Quincy vessel somewhere in there, and an Eleanor vessel, and but so Fox. So here's the thing, though. If DE would have made it so in 1999 you had to use the Drifter, but in everywhere else,
No.
you had to use the Tenno, then yeah, I would say okay, that makes sense. The Drifter is still trapped there, but I mean realistically, you know, he's not. Oh yeah, that's right. And about Eleanor speaking to herself in another timeline, and again, was that her? Yeah, none Eleanor. Yep, that's right. Yep. I think, Randall, I think one of the main reasons why the Tenno can't, the operator can't be used in 1999 has a lot to do with the romance thing. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, that would be like really awkward. Oh, absolutely. I think that if now again, this is a big if. Does anybody want to join up? I'm going to go to Duviri if anybody wants to play. If you are a friend, just join right in. If not, you can send me a friend request. I'd be happy to accept. Hux, I was doing my best there, you know. I was going to say, I do absolutely believe, just my channel name, the D-Siege. I think that there is a fundamental difference between the operator and the drifter. But kind of like in the same difference of, did you ever see the movie The One with Jet Li? Mm-hmm. Yay. Yeah, it's going to have to be first come, first serve, everybody. So jump on in. We're going to do a little Duviri. You can't join me? Why? Oh, wait. No, you're in, right? Yeah, that. I think of it in the same way as kind of the one. Like they were just two different entities, if you will, amongst the multiverse. And, you know, that scene in the new work, in my opinion, really does kind of, you know, show... Come on. Can you get in there? Hold on, I'm getting all kinds of different buttons here. All right, we'll get you in there in a second. We'll do one round and then we'll flip up for other people. That'll be probably the easiest way to do it. Do you all want Steel Path or regular? Let's do the Path. We'll do one run. Like I said, then we'll get some other people in the next run. And we can keep BSing about this, because this is actually... This is a pretty good stream going on here. Okay, so as far as Dark Sector, I really don't know what's going on with that. I'll accept that in a second there, buddy. I don't know, like, an aspect of it definitely is canon, right? But the actual Dark Sector game... I almost feel like you'd have to... I don't know. You'd almost have to ask DE themselves on that. I don't think they're gonna do another Umbra frame. Oh, we got Stalker. I mean, I'd love to Stalker, but look who's here! Yay! Yay! Give me something fun. suck. Oh, like that.
Lux.
All right. You ready for a little Duviri action? Considering this place is just... All right, crew, let's go.
The harbinger of joy. When happy Mathila wanted to
Feel
see
free to
nothing
go and
but
get as many,
happiness wherever she
what do
went,
you call it, as many
it soon caused problems.
decrees
There's no
as we'd
excuse
like.
for negativity in this wonderful
Well, that is
kingdom.
true.
I think someone like
It's
you
very
wants
hard to
be
keep
part of the solution.
multiverses
I'm happy
together
to say
and,
I can
and,
help.
like
Look, town's
everything
running
kind of
wild.
work together. After a
They'd
while,
be
you're
happier in the
always going to
safety of a
have
pen,
some
and in their
motivation,
hearts,
you know?
they know it. So you can round them up with a clear conscience.
Yeah, who all picked up Dark Sector for free? Whenever you could. Unfortunately, I bought it before. I actually do need to get back to it at some point.
We have had our fun. Time to end this.
Yeah, I guess you could say that like Stalker is really that's because Umbra just the poor guy. We don't ever let him out of our closet and, on the ship. It's a shame. I actually think this is the first time I've ever played it. There's only one decree that I ever truly want, and that's the one that's you go as fast as however many decrees that you have. That's just literally the best thing ever. To have more void land, granted Entrati only name drops. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. At some point, that's another aspect of let's say the story that we can still get into. You know, think about we can go through all of Duviri yet and try to find where a lot of these islands. Where did they go? Did they just completely
Like
disappear?
a child hiding
or,
its face
like,
in play.
can you
Mathila
actually,
hid from
let's
the
say,
truth. Nothing but joy mattered.
can you venture into that area and find stuff? Does that make sense?
The decks hurt you. Give yourself permission to hurt them back. It's what you need.
Hey, Highlander, how are you? Drop aim assist. Oh, dude, we're gonna have decrees. We're gonna have all these decrees. I never use my melee weapon, by the way. 'Cause I'm terrible with it. Too much Monster Hunter World and not enough Dark Souls, so I don't do parries at all because I'm just terrible at it. Yeah, I'll take this. No.
Mathila did not understand that you cannot bring happiness to the world
Take
by
that.
making unhappiness
Too loud?
a crime.
Game is too loud. Sorry. My bad. I keep having to change it up here a good bit. I apologize. Oh yeah, this is a stream. Yeah. I do think that. I really do think like Duviri could have a whole story yet that we're just not even scratching the surface of. In the same way that you could kind of, I'm sure that there's well, I want to believe that there's more to Halvania. Is there one more dude I'm missing? Usually 4 people gives you the... Oh. I have to get all the dialogue yet. Oh, we got in? Oh, we need 7 decrees to enter. Oh, nice. Let's see the fashion. Yeah. It's looking good. Yeah, that is definitely something. Chat back up there. That is definitely something that I think we did learn from the chats in the stuff with the hex, is that information is subject to your own playthrough. I've went through enough of it to see that, like, unfortunately, I can't consider everything that I saw in those chats as canon, because there's just too many things that the Duviri, or I mean, that the Drifter directly, like, contradicts himself with in a specific answer. Like, if you choose this one, then this one couldn't have happened. And if you choose this one, then this one couldn't have happened. But yet, because of that, I can choose either one. That means that I can't definitively say. Wait, why did it let me in before? Now it wants us to get in here. Can we just go in? Oh, what the heck? I can honestly say I'm not familiar with this dwarf who holds the cloak. I'm gonna have to look at that. Like, as soon as I don't think I've ever seen that piece of content or of content. What do you call it? Concept art. Kind of interesting to see how he works on this one. I think it's going to be Rhino. I think we're going to have Rhino. I could see Ash. I mean, I actually think Loki would be a cool one, but you can't do Ash and Loki together. Maybe Oberon? What do you all think? Ah, Valmath, that's one of my favorite sayings in all of gaming. And I've actually used it in Warframe context as well, because I actually think that is what the Tenno are supposed to do. I think the Tenno are supposed to find that third option, the coin landing on its edge, versus taking either Entrati's or the man on the wall side. So I love that.
I'll be
As
here.
you maybe Frost. That's probably one. Maybe. I don't know. I want Saren, but everybody keeps telling me things I don't want to hear about. So I want Rizalka to be Saren. I want that. I also love the fact that when I play with you all, I pretty much have to do zero work. It's the greatest thing. Again, it's really tough when we start talking about the information. And what's sad is there's a bunch of cool stuff in there too. Like the whole concept with the drifter having a brother or a sister or sibling of some sort. I think that's an amazing concept, and I think there's all different ways you can go with it, but at the same time, it all depends on, like, is that reality or is that just one of these choose your own adventure things that you can decide to do, you know? I mean, look, personally, I don't care if it was 3 girls and 1 guy, or 4 girls and 0 guys, or 4 guys and 0 girls. If they give them a cool story and a reason for existing and stuff like that, I'm good.
Skill has triumphed over mere machinery.
Oh, really? I don't remember that. Side quest. I'm have to look back in. I didn't remember that thing. Yeah. Okay. So, Steve's. I just think, especially, there's a helmet too. That, like, if you, it just looks exactly like Rusalka.
Her failures
Even with like the
merely
mask
made her
and
more
everything.
determined to succeed.
A broken down generator. What a useful metaphor for the isolated
I don't even know
self.
if Temple's a male or female.
Reconnect it, and
I mean,
reconnect
myself
the
being a
currents of
guitar
her own
player,
heart.
I can't wait, because I can't wait to see how they actually incorporate the guitar into this whole thing. I mean, I absolutely think that when you're talking about the concept of the indifference, especially with its ability for time and such, time manipulation, I don't necessarily even know that.
Just like that, yeah?
I think it could do whatever it wants. Wait, I can't even figure out where the last one is. Did you guys get it? Nice. Hera would be a cool one. Hera would probably have a very interesting story. I mean, I'd love some lore on Hera, because I am desperate to know how this random Tenno locked in the essentially locked himself away in the void through a Warframe. Where did he get this Warframe?
Mathila embraced optimism with the zeal of a fanatic. Her plan would work. Duviri would be happy.
And again, I'd be okay with if they have a story, if they do the whole Site 09 thing with Temple, and they give it a story. Like, I'm down for that.
So hard to keep it together in there, but I believe in you.
This is really the best play to play, Duviri. Have everybody else do the work. Yes, and I think Hera was a gift, but a gift from who? Well, that's true. I mean, that's right. If we do that, we would have a we would have an actual priest. And that would do it. Yes. Okay, so the people of Duviri be others for each Orkin. I don't think so. Again, I'm not going to sit there and say 100% that's true. Might not. But I think that they are void, they're basically, void embodied entities. Conceptually embodied entities created. But I don't think that takes kind of away from anything of who they are, per se. Like, as far as, I still think that they have lives. And again, when you think about it, like, who knows how long things have been going on. Like, the people of Duviri may have been created, technically, they would have been created, like, hundreds of years ago, right? Yes, Arthur is the basis for the male, the male proto-frame in the Saints. At least one of them. It's insinuated that he's the main one, but I guess you could probably make the argument that there could be other ones, but absolutely he was the first vessel, let's say, model for it. You know what? I really want my Coda, the one that I catch and like hang out with me, to sing like online songs while we're in mission. It'd be like having your own personal, back in the day, a lot of people would have gone crazy for something like this. It'd be like having your own, personal boy band member at the ready. But in our case, it would actually be, fighting with us, too, which is really cool, right? Yeah. Yes, I think... Unfortunately, the idea of new proto-frames would by default mean that somebody is essentially creating them. Unless they're in hiding somewhere. I guess that's the other option, is that you could look at it as they've been created. I actually put this question out. The new proto-frames, if they were already made, like if they're just being housed somewhere, if you will, or if we're going to get to see kind of the same thing that happened with the Hex in the webcomic. We'll actually maybe even get to that'll be the story of how these people turn into them. I'm excited. Oh man, wouldn't that be crazy? What happens then? Is it that far out of the realm to consider the possibility of a proto-stalker? Like Soren? It's sad. I really do have to eat tons of crow, because when I first started doing the whole theorizing on Hex and 59 and all that other stuff, I hated Quincy. I just couldn't stand him, because he seemed like he was a bully to me. I didn't like that, right? But now we're like bros. We do everything together in Warframe. I bet you Eleanor is actually how if you ever had a best friend and your girl was always mad that you like to hang out with them, that's probably what's going on in my current relationship. Is Eleanor sitting at home while Quincy and I are always out hanging out, you know, going killing people and stuff. It's crazy. I mean, I think what we're kind of learning too is that and I think I may have said this in an earlier stream, but I'll say it again. I think that we're getting very close to what I would call a concept of how Warframes actually work in the Warframe universe. Again, I think I did this before. I'm probably going to get yelled at here too, but it just, to me, this makes the most sense.
No rational person could look upon this chaos and feel happiness.
There are your
So
run-of-the-mill,
abandoned rationality.
like buildable.
I know the king never makes mistakes.
They're just like
But his officials are
generic
only human.
Warframes. They're the
They're holding
ones that we got
innocent
first.
man.
They are not. They weren't human
Do the
beings.
right
They're
thing.
pieces that are you just build and put together. And I would actually say that goes the same for the primes. The prime, I believe, is the first variation, like the what do you call it? The concept model. You know how the concept models for vehicles, like when you see them online, especially back in the day, they would always look like so much cooler than the actual one that you got that would go into production because they had to put in all the, you know, safety things and make things look, you know, more aerodynamic or something like that. Like, I think that is what the prime frame is. It's the concept. Still built. Right? Then you have the original model. The original model, that is a human being. That was a human. And it's from them, and I think that we kind of get an idea of this too. When you kind of think about, hold on one second, let me get these bastards. Excuse me. When we talk about what Entrati says regarding the his initial workings with Arthur, that he figured out from there that he could take this stuff and he could work with it, and I think that's, oh man, these are terrible. I think that is in that's the same kind of situation that you have with the Warframes. Like there's the original dude or woman, and then they took whatever, some kind of samples from them, and that's how they mass produced. Still not dead. What do you mean, where are the other hex? So the only other one that we can definitively say that it did. Why do you not die whenever I just take you down? Did I get him? Okay. You guys are all pissing me off pretty hard here. How many of these things do I need to get? Oh, 6. Okay. Yeah, the vessels. Well, just think of it this way: once you have the stuff that you need for the actual Warframe itself, okay, like once you have that information, whatever it is, DNA sample, I don't know, you pick it, whatever, whatever it is. That's once they have that, that's what then they can take it and use it in other things. So, you have your initial Warframe, and I think that's what kind of directs what they're going to end up looking like in the end, right? The whatever model that was from the original person, and then you have the concept, and then you have the production models, the regular ones, and then you have the ones that were made for purposes of, say, torture and punishment, and kind of in the same way that Valis turned Ordis or turned Orden into a Cephalon out of a punishment. It's basically the same concept here, except for he turned Umbra into a Warframe. The Valis, he likes to do this sort of thing. I mean, why not? Oh, you guys got the good one. See, Walter White. Yeah, Umbra was basically created unique because he was created as a punishment. So Umbra would still probably be considered in the original frames, if you will, right? I don't really want any of those. But not by design. Like, Valis wasn't using Umbra as the beginnings for other frames. He wasn't like looking at him in that regard. It was more of like, Umbra, you figured out that I was going to betray the Orokin, and because of that, I gotta put you down, and I'm gonna do it in the way that I do best. We'll bring Umbra down to bring him in. Doesn't he work in? I haven't actually. Yeah, no, he works in Albania, doesn't he? Oh, that's a good point. Maybe other proto frames won't necessarily be part of the hex. That actually probably makes more sense. Or at least, if nothing else, they're not part of the hex like yet. Maybe they get taken in at some point, you know? Well, I mean, now understand, the original people who were made into Warframes were not treated well. Okay, like they didn't get off like good. But they weren't looked at in the same way as like they weren't looked at as this is a punishment. This, when they were being made, it was their duty as subjects of the Orokin to do as the Orokin needed for the safety and security of society. Do you get it? I desperately want. I just want Rusalka to be Saren. That's all I want. I just give it to me. So I'd like. So, do you think that there will be additional dating aspects to the new proto frames? Some were volunteers, but I'm curious about that level of volunteering from the Orkin. And especially with the way that Ballas says it, we took our best, volunteers or not. Like, I don't even know if that insinuates that there were any volunteers. Do you know what I'm saying there? Like those people in particular, they weren't thought of. How about this? This is maybe the better way to think. Ballas did what he did to Umbra because he needed him to essentially go away, but at the same time he was punishing him, and he was pissed at him, and it was revenge, right? The things that Ballas did to the other Warframes, there was no feeling in it at all. It was these were research subjects. These are our best, according to the Orkin, right? Are no different than their best gerbils. They're on the same level as far as when you're underneath the Orkin, you're underneath the Orkin. Do you know what I'm getting at? Exactly. The others were made with indifference. Crazy, huh? Dude, just give me the fast one. I just want that one decree. I guess I'll take that one. I just want the fast decree. Yeah, I mean, again, I very much even question the verbiage on that one because if Ballas would have said some volunteered, some did not, then that would have been one thing. But when he says, we took our best, volunteers or not, that almost insinuates to me that I wonder if anybody actually volunteered. Yeah, I just want to be Sonic. That's it. And we have so many decrees now that, like, if I get it, God, I hate you. I don't want double anything. I just want to go fast. I'll bet you there are a few, maybe one or two Warframes that we could come to find out were actually Orkin like defectors or something like that. Yeah, that actually sounds kind of in line. Yeah, I mean, that is the key to it in the end, as far as the only difference between Umbra and the OGs is the mindset of the person creating it. How's that? Yeah, that's possible too. The volunteers may have just been told, "Hey, you have to do something for the Orkin," and they volunteered under the idea that, you know, if they didn't, the Orkin would most likely volunteer them anyhow. Give it to me. Damn. What if Proto Saren ended up being Victor? Oh my god, that would be crazy. Well, and you know, it'd be funny because Deb wouldn't be, or I mean, Rev wouldn't have been lying then. It's true. Saren is not. Oh, look. Ah, I see where you're at. Way down there. I made it. Okay, I mean, there you go. I mean, Dagath was the Dak soldier of, well, Verena was really used for her Warframe. As a Warframe, she wasn't necessarily, bum, bum, bum. Well, come on. Just didn't want to give it to me. No wings. There we go. That's pretty much it, yeah. If the Orkin decides that you're going to become a Warframe, I guess you could look on the bright side of things and think, oh, well, I'm going to be invincible and I'll probably have some cool powers, but you're not going to know about it. Or if you do, you're just going to be a ball of rage that can't be satiated in any way, shape, or form. Killing me. I mean, make no mistake, the Orkin themselves are just the worst ever. What is crazy, though, is when you think about it, a lot of these people, I wonder... Okay, so hear me out on this. Why do you think that the Duviri characters would have the... Because this is something, you know, that Illyria originally, you know, drew up and whatnot.
You were the drifter.
What do you mean?
My little life would ever get that exciting.
I am. But why do they show the telltale signs of continuity? Hex versus the quad. I don't know. That's just I find that very interesting. You know, the fact that they have the one arm that's longer than the other ones. That's like the distinctive sign of continuity. And for people that are made up, it's kind of an odd. Wait, well, who said that? Ooh, hey. I don't know if I have this one or not. Wait, you can use the emote? That was weird. Nice. And who knows? Well, I don't know, man. I don't know if they're going to be able to come up with a restoration process. Warframe seem pretty far gone at this point. I'm just saying. It's absolutely right. I agree with that aspect of it. It's just curious to me that certain ones, I think, certain ones have like they have like normal sized arms. I don't know. It's a weird. It's to me that's a very very interesting little.
What's the good word?
These are all continuity people. Is Vagabond around anywhere? Do you guys need my help? There's all sorts of little interesting nooks and crannies in Duviri, I will say that. What's even more interesting is that Illyria, you would think that Entrati clearly, so, you know, when you think about it, given that the telltale sign of continuity is the elongated arm, I think you could make the argument that Entrati didn't necessarily, you know how it says, he says that he won't take the continuity now or ever again. And maybe he never took it because his arms are normal looking. Where is everybody? Just like everybody else is hanging out somewhere else. Another one of the things I love about Duviri, by the way, is that you can actually just kind of... Get your little cold action in there. Yeah, but he still doesn't have the arm. And it's interesting that if Entrati was so fearful of it, don't you think that he would have said something to his daughter in that same regard? Right? The skin color, I believe, is a fashion thing. But the arm, the elongated arm, is it's a sign of somebody that's went through continuity. Well, here's the thing with the queens. We don't know what they really look like because the bodies that they have, they're like... I mean, I guess they would have had to have had... I guarantee if we could have seen them in their Orican bodies, they would have had elongated arms. Trotty's the worst. I mean, he is, man. Thank goodness that Illyria turned out, I guess, somewhat normal. Yes, there it is, finally. That's the one we were looking for. Okay, I'm happy now. We can do whatever. Yeah, you should, because most of the people understand, and we learned this in the Varuna Levirian, the vast majority of the people who were able to even engage, there we go, now we're talking. This is the best thing ever. The vast majority of the people who were even able to engage in continuity were just the Orican elite and whoever they deemed could do it. It wasn't like every Orican citizen had access to that. Oh, it's just greasy speed now, that's all. I can't, where's the first one at? Nice. Very nice. They are the long arm of the law. Long arm of the assholes is what they are. They're the worst. Guess I'm just gonna jump higher. Sanic unlocked. I mean, this is... Come on. How could you... I mean, you could just... You don't even need to play anything. Just run around. Whee! This is just... I still remember the first time I got the opportunity to do this, and it was just the greatest thing I've ever experienced. Got that? Okay, I'll take this one. Crap. I mean, if you're into good storytelling and a very cohesive narrative moving forward, Warframe, you're in such good shape right now. If you're playing Warframe, it's insane. It really is. Dude. Am I able to... Oh, I can see your Tenno. Can I? Wait, no, that's a different Tenno. No, it is. I can... Oh, that's cool. I don't know how long my longest run is. To be honest with you, I usually just go in and I'd say the biggest problem with Duviri is that you can get lost in it, and you can just start sitting here for just, you know, hours on end, just screwing around. It does kind of really kill your time. But it's just so much fun here. Whee! This is the way to do it. This is how you get Swifty right here. And you just keep getting faster and faster and faster. And just the little things that you get to keep doing. You get to a point where you become so overpowered, it's just ridiculous.
Whatever you may say about Duviri, it's never the same day twice.
Really? It's never the same day twice? It seems like it's always the same day. Well, one of 5 days. Commander tier has risen. I never really thought about that one before. Yeah, and it's kind of a crazy thing when you think about the Orkin, because when you look into the lore, as far as the idea of continuity and Kuva and how the process works, how it functions. I'm sure you guys are all going to love this after all the orc and hate that we've been spewing out here. All the 7 could most likely come back fairly simply. Because it looks like the Kuva that's used in the continuity is the vessel that moves consciousness from one body to another through the power of the void, right? But it's also very possible, because we've seen a number of these like crystal things that you kind of saw them throughout the New War, and it was kind of the basis of the Narmer Veil and stuff like that. To think that the Auric and Elite wouldn't have their consciousness somewhat like backed up, if that is a possibility, I think would be, you know, us just not really thinking about what the Aurican are. You know, their need, their desire to always exist, to live forever, to be the most powerful entities in everything. I think it very much opens the door for their. I'm not saying that they're roaming around now, in the darkness. I'm saying that I really think that DE could easily get up a story where, just kind of like how, Ballas was reintroduced.
Oh, how sweet. They wish to show their
Tuval
gratitude.
is very similar.
Follow them, Outlaw. Oh, please, do follow them.
As far as, his mentality and the way that he kind of thinks about things.
I guess we're even.
But further, with Tuval being the main, I guess you want to call it like the priest of continuity. We know some of them. We know Executor Tuval. We know there's actually I'm trying to think. There's a piece of lore where they're all talking, and you get a couple of the names of the 7. I think a third one's introduced too. I can't remember what the heck his name is. Yeah, well, so the Uvan Clearacy is what Tuval essentially is, the high priest of, right? And when they are doing the continuity, which is a very, significantly void, it's all void, if you will, because it's actually, it gets the highest success rate when they're doing it on the moon, where the void is most like turbulent and most active. And they actually say in the Varuna thing, Laverian, that he has to essentially chant words, if you will, there's some kind of ritual that goes on, and I think it's very easy to assume, and I think it's even right to assume that the words that he was talking about are most likely in VoidTongue. I mean, don't you think? It's a void-related ritual. The one language that we know that holds significant power in the void, is VoidTongue. So the idea that we now know that Parvus Granum knew VoidTongue, right? So perhaps Tuval learned VoidTongue through, I don't know, potentially in an interaction. You can make any number of assumptions as to how he learned them, but with that in mind, it does kind of open the door. Do you know what I'm saying? That there's a lot of different people who we're now learning had significant dealings with void-related stuff. And in the past, we could just sit there and kind of push it off to the side because it was like, okay, continuity is its own thing, and this thing over here is its own thing, and then you got I'll take some code, Nick. Then, then the man on the wall is its own thing. But now we kind of know that, like, the man on the wall is essentially the void, and the things that are associated with the void are kind of under its influence. So rituals to evoke the void, in my opinion, would almost certainly be, done in a different, language, if you will. One probably more akin to, kind of like speaking in tongues in modern day some religious practice. Just locked up. Boo. Bugged out or something. I don't have anything. Oh, you got this super fast. Look at his legs. Oh, there we go. Well, no, I think that this happened after the fact. Like, I think that once Albrecht kind of introduced the void, right? This is when I believe the void made its, like, first entrance into the area. And it's from here, I think at least, again, there's no definitive language on this, but I think it was at that point that it was able to somewhat move around and influence from different ways. Kind of in the same thing. This is the best. This is like one of the greatest things in gaming, this decree. I mean, why would you not want to move this fast all the time? Grab that. Sure, why not? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. We don't really have any definitive information that says that continuity happened before, like, Albrecht's initial thing into the void. And, one of the things that I think a lot of people utilize as kind of a proof that it happened before his jump into the void is that people were living long lives. But we also understand that, especially when Albrecht got out of the first got out of the void, right? He was healed through some form of Orcan medicine. He wasn't healed through, like, void means or continuity. And we learned that in his lost notes that essentially Lloyd kind of nursed him back to. Yeah, but side quest, but that's something that he says at the very end of the thing. We don't know how much time, and if you take that passage where he talks about, I will not take the Kufa ever again. He says it not now or ever again, because there's also a bunch of other things that have happened. Like, there is a time period that's gone between him going in the void and that passage, that's like that would be years after, because it's kind of in the background. Because if you can actually think of it as like in the very beginning of those requiems, he's first talking about it kind of from the now, okay? Because that's what he's saying. He's like to everybody, our lives are, whatever. What's he say again? Time is meaningless, and he talks about we talk about the void, and that's where I come in, and then it kind of goes back into the past to speak about his first venture into the void. That's the next requiem. But then after they discuss the whole thing, then there's a brief period after it, and then comes the final requiems where he talks about the effects of what's happened since he's went into the void. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, I don't know about the blue body. All I know is that, at least in the lore, a sign of continuity is the elongated arm. Okay, if somebody has an elongated arm in the lore, that is supposed to mean that that's like a byproduct of what happens in continuity, at least as I understand it. Well, I mean, again, CMB, the one thing to remember, though, in that last scene is that I don't think that's, I mean, personally, I don't think that's Entrati. Again, how did he recover from all his wounds? Like that Entrati that shows up on, once we quote unquote are in hell, right? Is visually different looking than the one that the indifference swooped up, not, a mission before. I think that's what it is. Again, now there isn't anything in the lore that specifically says every single time that you take continuity, then it like your arm moves, gets an inch bigger or whatever. But it appears as though the more continuity that you go through, the longer your arm will go. Look at it, Ballas's arm, you can see. And then, so here's the crazy thing. Peep this. Now you have to ask yourself, when we're talking about continuity, what did Ballas look like originally? Did he look like what he does? And the question and the reason why I ask that is because they take a completely different human being and transfer consciousness. So Ballas could have chosen his current body, ready? Just because he liked the way that person looked. Spoopy, it does, but it doesn't imply continuity. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you look at if you read what happened to Entrati when he went through the wall and went into the void, it messed him up badly. And what it implies is that before the void, the Orokin had already somewhat mastered some level of highly regenerative medicine, be it like pills or reconstructive surgery of some sort, or something like that. But it's something that Lloyd even knew how to do. And that Ballas was like, "Oh, you're going to cheat with my girl? Then I'm going to take your body." Oh, ooh, ooh. Did you ever think, ooh, oh, dude. Okay, consider something for a second. Why is my guy so close to the screen? Weird. Wonder if, like, the Orcan, like, say you were, so Ballas and Margulis are chilling. It's a Sunday afternoon. They go to the, they go to the mall, right? And they're like, Ballas is like, oh, look, I'm not feeling so good. Like, this body, it's starting to weigh on me a little bit, right? Like, I think my hip's out of place over here, and I got all kinds of problems going on. I think I'm going to change into another body. Like, do you think that they go out in public to the places, and then, like, he was like, Margulis, who do you like? Who do you want me to be? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They do. I mean, they're literally choosing through people. Yeah. How messed up is that? Now we're getting into the deep lore, aren't we? We're getting into the deep, deep lore. Yeah. And that's it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Orcan, we're human beings. It's just they don't think of themselves as human beings anymore. They think of themselves on the level of gods. Yeah, that's exactly. It's like choosing your lobster in the tank. Which one do you want, babe? That the one? I mean, and it asks us to consider. You got to think about this. Now, I realize the continuity part isn't real, right? But the Orcan. Oh, am I supposed to be here? The Orcan way of life is built off the concept of the Romans, the Roman Empire, right? So, whereas there's no continuity and whatnot, that concept of the citizenry being essentially the playthings of the elite of the society at their beck and call, no matter what, doesn't matter. Like, if they wanted you to do something, then you did it. If they wanted you to, again, the elites, the emperor and those people, if they wanted you dead, you were just dead. That's it. Right? I just need to get more speed. I mean, it's so much fun. I want to know who the person was that was like, let's put this one in there and just let them keep going. What is max speed? Is there a max speed?
It would be nice to...
What? What? What's wrong? I'm your king, right? Well, because in Entrati's mind, right? He is one of those people that looks at things from the perspective of whatever he considers his greater good, meaning that in his eyes, whatever bad he does, right, is countered. thank you for calling me over here, is countered. Oh, look at that. By his sense of who he is or whatever. That's the best way to describe it. So for him, and this is going to be something that's going to be kind of hard for some people to grasp, I think. But for him, when we talked about earlier in the stream about him essentially, throwing countless bodies of creatures into the void to just see what would work, and then him taking the caveat and putting him in there, and then Min's death and everything that all the things that he made Lloyd do, or all the mean things that he ever said, like in his mind, it's all justified because it's all in service of one thing, and that is to save the universe. If you believe him. Well, I mean, they do throw around the word savior a lot in this game, do they not? I mean, so yeah, I think that I'm not saying that a Jesus Christ-like figure will ever come into the game, but what I am saying is the kind of the concept of the Christ is sort of, I mean, again, you have to look at it in a very kind of like very general way, but if we are an agent of Wally, and we are here essentially making life better for the populace, the normies, and doing our best to cancel out all of the negative element that the Oracle brought. The Tenno are, in fact, the savior figures of the Warframe universe. And in fact, I think that their willingness to sacrifice themselves for people that they don't even know, right, is a big kind of parallel there. It's all in how you perceive it. Look, at the end of the day, I hate to say this, but almost every single one of if you've ever heard of a superhero story, most of the media that we find to be the most engaging is what many people call the hero's the hero's journey, right? The hero's burden, where you start off not knowing a lot, right? And then the character goes up and then kind of finds out that they are a greater entity than what they actually believed in themselves, and that they have a larger purpose, and that is to save the world. And they have to kind of figure it out on their own, and they go and they have to learn and do things. You could absolutely put that same concept in like every single superhero story and the Warframe story, and at its core, that's the story of Christ. I mean, that's where that story comes from. The hero's journey is essentially derived from the Christ story. So Superman, everyone, they all come from that same basic core story. And the Christ he's always shown as the savior who will sacrifice without asking of himself. The Savior that has power, but willingly puts it down for the people that are, I guess, in context beneath him in that regard. Yet he'll take or he or she, depending on the story that this has been injected in, they will accept less for themselves. They'll accept nothing for themselves even. And I think you even hear that in isn't there like a line in the Lord of the Rings where Elrond and Aragorn are speaking to each other, and they say that like I give hope to men, I keep none for myself. That's kind of this. That's what it is. It's like I give everybody of myself. I don't look for anything in return, and I do it because I can do it. That's it. That's the true measure of a hero. They don't have to have a personal stake in it. They do it because they can do it. And that's essentially what Christ did. He did it because he could do it in the story of Jesus Christ. And in the story of Warframe, it's no different. The Tenno don't have to do anything. They don't have to help anybody. They don't have to help the Vox Solaris. They don't have to help the people of the Necrolysk. They don't have to help anybody. Yet that's all they do. Yeah, and there's the difference. And Entrati believes he's on his hero's journey. The problem is that, and here's where you can see the difference. In Entrati's variation, everybody else can be sacrificed. In our variation, we are the only ones we're willing to sacrifice. So, yeah. But I think a lot of people would be surprised how many of these core tenets are in like all of their favorite stories. It's one of the reasons why many of your favorite stories are like the same type of story over and over again. It's because they have the same core to them, and it's an amazing core. So it just always hits. People always like it because it's just the greatest story ever told.
Ow! I've raced that course 1,000,000. Oh, very well. Take this.
Yeah. The Tenno, like I said, we give of ourselves without expecting anything back. And people are going to be like, oh, you get loot and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but we don't need any of it. I mean, they're more rewards than they are, like, what I would call the Tenno, like, holding anybody hostage, if you will. People are offering us stuff to do stuff, and we take it. Well, that's true. The stories are always subject to change. That's the beautiful part. Like, and it's one of the hardest things, for me at least. Yeah, I'll get in here. It's one of the harder things for me because I love to speculate and theorize on what's going to happen next, right? But video game stories aren't like real life, in that in real life, I can theorize based on all the information that I have currently and pretty much guarantee I'm going to be able to tell what's going to happen next in real life. In a video game, the story is done by a creator, and thus that creator can, if they decide, can just change the story on a dime. And there's nothing that you can do about it. So, with Warframe, I'm going to keep doing what I do because I like it. And I think that you in the community like, my little crazy theories I put in my latest video here. I know why you come here. You like the crazy with enough real lore to make you think about it. Because that's what Warframe really is. It offers tons of the crazy as possibilities. And it asks you to think. Absolutely. When you find a story that resonates with you, yes, there's going to be most likely some kind of, probably some real life experience that the writer had that you may not have had the exact same experience, but you will have had a similar one. And you can identify with it because of that very thing. It feels like you're you got a connection because of that. Well, see, now, as far as Warframe being prone to retcon, this is what I actually really like about what they did with the 1999 timeline, or, what I think of it is. And specifically with how the 1999, the stuff that we see in 1999 is beginning to materialize in our reality right now. I think that in itself offers Warframe and DE specifically a lot of leniency with the story moving forward. I think that if they feel that they can make the story go in a particular manner, right, and make it better, I feel like they've done enough so far to prove that they are interested in the quality of the story that they write, that I would give them the leeway, to do it. Go ahead. If you can give me a reason why the retcon makes sense, then I'll accept the retcon. Right? It's just, it's all about retcons that just don't make any sense. That's the problem. Well, it's already happening. That's the best part. And I mean, Entrati does kind of talk a little bit about how that the code from, I guess, Dark Sector has become somewhat, for lack of a better term, like contagious. And if you can make computer code contagious, well, now you have all kinds of opportunities to do weird things. Because, in the grand scheme of things, what makes it unique and actually functional in the course of the Warframe story is that, and we've already seen this, data can be transferred amongst these timelines, right? You can pull information from one to another. We've already seen a couple different instances of it. So if data can be pulled from one timeline to another, and data can also be an infectious element, well, then, all the timelines are subject to significant corruption at this point. And you can see, like, where this story could really head out. It's weird that we're 10 years into a story and it feels like it's getting its best stuff right now. All bullshit. I believe differently. What's that? Yeah, I mean, it makes theory things next to impossible to be 100% accurate with. Heck, you know, there's other little
enemy
things
has
that
been
people don't even
exhausted.
take into consideration. Like,
Only for now.
here's a thought. What if DE saw like one of my videos and I called out specifically what they had thought to happen? And it was, say, a good bit before they were actually going to release it. They could change it just because the idea that they want is already out there in the community. And then people might say, "Oh, this is what he said. You know, this is you're copying off of his idea." Like, I'm not saying they would do that or they did do that or anything else. What I'm saying is that the ability for them to change the narrative of a story on a dime is there for every single new update that comes out. So trying to not only predict the future from the crumbs of what you can find in the old stuff, not only is it difficult to do it with that, but then on top of it, you have, the idea that they may just decide, nah, we don't want to go down that route. We're going to go a different route with this. It seemed cool last year, but now I kind of want something else. So, I don't know. But I do think, in the grand scheme of things, we are all incredibly blessed to be in the driver's seat that we're in as far as the story's concerned. Because that's the beautiful part. We're in that perpetual night before Christmas type thing. Where you don't know what it's going to be. You can speculate, we can have fun, you can think about all the different things that it could be. It's see, I didn't know that actually happened with Hello Neighbor, but like it is one of those things that it's sad because I do feel like in ways, especially, I did that video with the whole Entrati thing. Some of it I got right, some of it I think I got wrong.
I tried.
But
so help me, I tried.
there were points in that, and there's still an aspect of it that I believe that I got right, that I almost feel bad about putting out into the universe. Because I personally 100% believe that 1999 is not a timeline, rather a conceptually embodiment of the time. Everybody that knows my channel knows I think that. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. But if that was something that DE was planning on kind of like introducing and like hitting us like with that wow factor at one point to kind of throw that spoil or that surprise out there and really get us going, like, I ruined that. I ruined that. And I could see them deciding against it after that. Being like, oh man, dude, this guy, he just had to. Now let's, okay, what else can we do with the story? And I hope that wasn't the case. Or I hope that isn't the case. But like I said, I still remember thinking about it. That's why I made that 2 different videos instead of putting it all together as one, because I wanted at least the opportunity for people to not see this. But I just saw so many things that make me think that. And there's the whole Matrix analogy that, like, hell yeah. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out if I did or not. But I just hope I didn't. You know, I really do hope that I didn't, that wasn't like a big thing that they were hoping to kind of throw on the community, and like someone like myself just fucked it up. Because if that was the case, I would take that video back and never publish it. But and it does really make me think about other things too, like as far as how far do I want to go with some of my theorizing moving forward? Do I want to start moving towards more like just lore-related things and kind of not spoil everybody's fun potentially beforehand? It's a slippery slope. Well, I sure hope there's a basketball player, Arthur. At least somebody's got to play some sport. I was actually thinking somebody would be a hockey player, given, you know, DE's, you know, in hockey world. That's true. Great writing does make for great writing, and again, I think that's why I keep coming back to Warframe, because I feel like I'm always getting great writing. But man, I just, like I said, that is something that has stuck with me since. It's crazy because I literally had a discussion with my girl about that exact thing. Like, do I really want to release this just in case? I'd be down with that. But Letty's is a person of my own heart. I am a hockey player myself. I was actually going to send out a tweet the other day. You know, it bugs me so much if there are any hockey players in there. I was a goalie. Bugs me so much in commercials whenever they put the pads on the wrong legs, and they do it all the time. The lines, the edges, they go on the outside, not on the inside.
You will need my Orvius to challenge this aura worm. Find it.
Let's go get it. Let's go get the aura worm.
The aura worm must be subdued.
Yeah, give me all of them.
For that, I offer you my Orvius. The rest is up to you.
I don't know. That's a really good question. Yeah, because they have to kind of the poor proto-frames are never allowed to get out of their clothes. How are we how are we doing that? You know?
Mathila the aura worm rejoices in her dominion. The void itself is her plaything today.
Better hold tight!
Oh, this is just the best thing.
Good. Now, overcome its mind.
I'm definitely a goalie. And I was one of those goalies that, like, I had to have all the coolest gear too, you know. I still miss it. Like, that's one of the things I miss most is like checking out the newest gear, because there's some new stuff out there that looks awesome. I can't wear any of it because I'm too old. Now, Fox, yeah, or I mean, yeah, you're right. And it's true, and you know, I'll never get totally away from my theory roots. I don't think that I can even. I couldn't do that if I tried. Because whenever I see a part of the story that maybe doesn't completely make sense to me, right, I have to fill it in. And I'm going to use whatever makes most sense based on the context clues that are given. So there's always going to be an aspect of theory crafting and everything, you know. I think maybe it was just more with that particular one.
Push the creature through the portal.
I don't know.
Only in its lair will it be vulnerable.
I don't know what they do, man. I hope they have some removable bits and flaps. Oh, it's like, and when you say it like that, dare I say it's worse. Am I a writer? I've written in the past, but no, I wouldn't call myself a writer. I started writing a book at one point. It was actually pretty cool. But I don't sit there and like write frequently or anything else like that. I mean, well, I guess I shouldn't say that. I mean, I write scripts constantly. So that's, in a way, that's kind of like how my storytelling is, if you will. How we doing up there? You want me to come up and help? I mean, I do enjoy everybody else doing the work. I'd be happy to join you. I don't know. I mean, that's possible too. We don't really know what the, if anything, the one thing that we don't completely understand is the motivations of the indifference. Like, we don't know, we can speculate on a bunch of different things. I definitely think we can. I think we can be pretty sure that it wants the Orokin dead. I don't think that one's a stretch so much, right? But it just does some really nefarious stuff against us too. Like, it puts us in bad situations as well. And it just, I don't know, to me, when I think of the indifference and the interactions that we've had with it, I feel like I'm being manipulated. Like, that is the main thing that I feel like I am experiencing. Oh, to get into our system. See, Ballas was the only one that could do that.
Stay mobile.
I mean, there wasn't another entity in the Origin system capable of producing what Ballas was able to achieve. And think about it. One of the main reasons is because Ballas, in his own right, he's a master manipulator. He can get people to do things that they wouldn't necessarily do on their own, right? But he has that golden, that like,
You were livestock, slaughtered at my command every day. Why pretend you're anything else?
and I mean, I think most of you know who I think the Thrax is too. Right?
Come on! You can do it!
There's a good point. There's a good question. Did we do what the indifference in the end wanted from us? I don't think so. Okay, that's the thing. I think actually that's why it's starting to get a little bit perturbed with us. But at the same time, I do think what it wanted in the Whispers thing
Find a way to stop its spawn.
And I think there may even be some kind of like, you know, the idea that it's kind of let us go, for lack of a better term, right?
Bravely done. For this one night at least, Duviri is calm.
All right, that was quite the run right there.
I'm sleepy.
Who else said that? Who else said that line right there? Who else said, I'm sleepy? Well, I think the reason why he infused himself with sentient parts was to sell the thing, if you will. I don't think the sentients are immune to the influence of consciousness. No, absolutely not. There you go. Rel. It was after a very similar thing, too, huh? Right at the end. Uh-huh. Yeah, you guys, you don't even want to go down the rabbit holes with me. Like, I'll take you some places you probably don't want to go. Because, like, when I play Warframe, right, I don't even play Warframe for the gameplay anymore. I really don't. I only play it for the lore. Like, I'm playing the game, but I'm just constantly trying to hear for things. And you'd be surprised. I don't think we've seen any manifestations of Min yet, no. Oh, you never know. Might get the chance. I'm actually waiting for Wally to show up to one of the proto frames because I'm actually curious, does that do anything? The Reign of Chains. Well, I mean, so Amelia, that's kind of the same. That's the same concept, though. For me, like, that's what makes Warframe so great, is the fact that, like, and I think this is where certain games, not just Destiny, a lot of games are losing their juice over time. The story isn't. It's not carrying people as much. Like, I would say honestly, in Diablo, I think that's one of the main problems. Each season that there's a new story, but it's so convoluted and little that it just doesn't match up with anything like the original. Like, you went through this original thing in Diablo 4, against Lilith and whatnot. And there was this huge thing, and there's Inarius, and just monumental things occurred, right? And then since then, like, nothing. Even in the DLC, it wasn't really that, like, dire of a situation, And I'd say the same thing. I know for me personally, like, one of the main reasons why Destiny got sour is because once the final shape was over, it was like, oh, I mean, I don't know if I care. And again, I'm not just picking on Destiny. I think there's a lot of games like that, and I think that's one of the things with Warframe is that you keep getting. Yeah, that's what I do, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I used to love that game. It just breaks my heart. But I think that's what Warframe does, is that when the gameplay is a little bit low, there's still the story to carry you and to get you to the next thing. Like, at least if you're interested in it. Like, for me, even if there's a thing that comes out that DE puts out that really I'm not that interested in, guarantee 100% when the next thing comes out, I'm going to try it. Like, I got to know what's next. What's going to happen next. Yeah, confidence. Yeah, they have an idea. And I think it's, You get that because of the concept that you have the same people in the same spots, doing the same things. And then you get that ability to keep a story concept going for 10 years because the same people that wrote portions of it 10 years ago are still working on it today. So because of that, you get to see this vision pushed out for years and years and years and years. And it allows you to, it actually allows for a lot of things. It allows for that story to develop. Warframe, like, the confidence thing's a great thing. Warframe's confident enough to put out something that maybe isn't the best content that they've ever done, but they still try to put it out there and they do the best they can, right? There's been some updates that haven't hit like other ones have. And with that in mind, you don't see DE flustering, changing on the fly, moving things around. They just move to the next. It's like, okay, well, this one didn't hit. We'll try to figure out and fix what we can here, but we're going to move on to the next. And if we can come back to this later down the road and readjust it at some point, we will. But they're not going to sit there and beat a dead horse with it. They're not going to force you to keep playing it. They're going to kind of leave it in the game. They're going to move on to the next thing. And if they can, they're going to go back to it and fix it. They have the blueprint. That's the crazy part. Why everybody else isn't just doing that is crazy. It's crazy. Good night, PG. Take care. Thank you for being here. Sorry, guys. I'm losing my voice right now. I really do apologize. Helminth. Helminth is an interesting one because Helminth in 1999 it kind of says to me that our Helminth, well, let me say this. The Helminth is almost certainly now a complete, I don't know if there's any question about this, but the Helminth at this stage is almost completely an Orkin design thing. Even if Technocyte is now not an Orkin thing, right? Helminth is. And with that in mind, I think it's possible that this Helminth isn't like a hive mind in the same concept as other Technocyte or other aspects of the Infested. I think that this is the only Technocyte that's actually controlled by the Orkin. Or at least views the Orkin as an authority figure, be it programmed in or just on its own accord. Hey, gee, I'm glad to hear that. That's what I try to do with my videos right there. It's not going to be straight lore. It's just kind of like, how about this? What about this? Because there's a bunch of other Warframe content creators, lore creators that they do the straight lore thing, and they do it well. So I'll leave that for them, and I'll do my thing. Just maybe I'll use just a little bit more restraint in certain areas whenever I feel like I have to. Oh, absolutely. I mean, and SideQuest, there's absolutely a timeline rewrite because how how is it possible that Kylie is listening to Party of Your Lifetime? Further, how is it possible when we saw the demo, I think it was at TennoCon, where Arthur does something, fails something in 1999, and then it says centuries later, but then it flips the wording around a bunch of times. We're out in the origin system, and that Coda Worm manifests here. I mean, I personally think Thrax is... This is just my opinion, but Thrax is the Drifter's other. Here's why I say that. I'm going to give you a bunch of reasons. One, Thrax treats the Tenno, the Drifter, exactly the same way that the Man in the Wall treats Entrati. Two, they have a similar laugh. Three, Thrax is omniscient in Duviri. He can be anywhere. He can speak to you at any time. Four, many people, if you go through Duviri, they all think that you're him. Because you are him. But within the confines of Warframe, that kind of there's a method for that. 5, Entrati did not make a deal with the Man in the Wall in his initial encounter. Yet, a doppelganger was still produced. An especially violent one, too, I might add. And their torture of the Tenno, or of the Drifter, is, like I said, it's very on par with how the Man in the Wall treats Entrati. That works for me, Fox. There you go. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, and there's even in the other thing. 6, and this is a little thing. I believe that the beat up Entrati in the Hex Quest actually says, right? There it is, right there, Randall. Yep. Who is more of a child? And my thought process is like, I think a lot of people would, when Entrati says, "Are you no more of a child than your other?" First of all, the other, he specifically holds that in that moniker for talking about the indifference. Okay. 2, he calls the Drifter a child, but there's nothing childlike like about the operator other than their appearance. They're thousands of years old. They are essentially Entrati's savior. They're the ones that he has banked on. They know more about war than probably any other entity in all of the origin system. And now that we've gotten into now remember too, we are looking into the concept of multitude, because that is the idea behind the Requiem. A multitude unfolds. It's entirely possible that the Tenno and the Drifter have their own variations of others, because they themselves are variations, are real entities. Even though they're the same person, they are split in the Warframe universe. They are two different things. So the idea of there being two different ones, absolutely. There's a good one there, Amelia. Well, Albrecht is attacked because he stole from them now, but not in the very beginning. I mean, Entrati didn't do anything. All he did was find his way into the void. You know, he found his way into the void. He got scared. He closed the door and sliced the finger off. And from that point forward, the indifference basically became his adversary, something that he even calls him in the aftermath specifically. Like the Entrati's dialogue in the aftermath portion of his lost notes. Yeah, anytime that you hear other, you should always be a little bit wary. Doesn't mean it's always going to be that way, but it's one of the reasons why I think. Let me see if I can pull this up. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up a. Now, where did that go? Sorry, what I'm trying to find here is the very end of the second turnaround. I'm just looking through all. I have so many things recorded here. But I'm gonna let you guys hear. I'm gonna put the volume up, and I want to let you hear the very end of our second time through the whole hex thing where we connected with each one of the members, because it's very, very. I mean, it sounds like the indifference. It doesn't sound at all like Entrati. The only thing is that most people won't catch that because there's such a big, intense, emotional music swell at that particular point that you would never put these things together. Exactly. Side quest, that's it. Just gotta find where the heck it's at. All right, found it. Get ready. So here we go. I'm going to put this up so you can definitely hear. So I'm going to play a little bit beforehand. Can you all hear that?
Sorry about your hand. You. Wait.
Okay, good. All right, now, so what you're going to hear now.
No. Hey.
This is going to be without
here,
music.
And
oh man, I got flamed so hard in my video for not putting the music in. But it was like, listen, I need you to hear this. All right, here it comes. Hey, Carolyn. Good to see you. Listen to his voice.
Your heart would struggle to lose them. It had to grow. The only way.
How are you, buddy? Now, remember what he says at the end, guys. Remember what we just talked about the.
Carry this power with mercy, Tenno.
Wait.
With others.
With
Carry
others.
this power with mercy, Tenno.
That's exactly it. It has the sound that Entrati's other has when he speaks. I know, that's what I'm saying. But again, it's hidden so well because most people are not going to play this with the music off.
What a day. Well, that burned a few
And I mean, this whole
calories.
thing, this whole ending, it's just this big, happy,
here by your side.
happy, everybody's
Now and
happy.
always.
Happy emotion time. I don't think that that's necessarily
After
what
this,
he's trying
we
to
go
do.
for dinner.
At the moment, we do have aligning goals. Then there's this. So here's the thing: for people that didn't do the ARG, they don't even know what happened here. They don't even know what the sequence is complete means. And notice, this thing is much different from, look, Entrati I, Entrati I, Entrati I, Entrati I, Entrati I. All of the buttons that are normally there in the thing, like when you saw it on in the ARG, because there was actually there was a different icon for each one of these things. One was like for mail, and one was for the internet connection and stuff like that. Now they've changed. The sequence is complete, and all are eyes. No. So side quest, there was an ARG with that accompanied this quest. And what we learned in the ARG is, first, when you see the eye, this eye is not Entrati. It's the man on the wall. So just so you know, like when you walk into oh, here, I'll do it right now. Hold on, I got to do this here real quick. I went to the wrong thing. Let's see if it'll pop up. Yep. See that little eye? That's watching us. That's why it keeps popping up every day. We're being observed in real time. That's what's happening. Oh, absolutely. The man on the wall, we did exactly what it wanted us to do. We took its side in the end. We didn't take Alberic's. We took the indifference's side. Hey, Joe, coming back. Good to have you back, buddy. Luna, here's the thing. We don't know that the indifference's weakness is love and kindness. We don't. In fact, I'm here to say that I think it's possible that during whispers, when that happened, right? When we um, calmed Lloyd down, I think the indifference liked it. There it is. It wants the emotion. There you go. Now you're cooking with gas. Uh-huh. Right, Eleanor? I'll do that later. Just let me get through the stream. Yeah, we still don't know what happened to Albrecht. We have no clue. But yes, essentially, the indifference made its case while we were on the Zerman, and we chose its side, which was crazy because it actually sat there and said, "This is how." In the grand scheme, this is how tricked we are. When we were on the Zerman, as we were doing exactly what it wanted us to do, right? The drifter had the gall to say something like, "Then why are you trying to stop me?" At what point was it trying to stop the Tenno? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I think that's it right there. The indifference got a taste of love, and that's why at this point when Albrecht says at the end, the poison to your plan is love, the love isn't its weakness. Love is its weapon. And here's the thing. If say the idea was to sway the drifter or the Tenno's opinion, the Tenno or the drifter has now thoroughly invested themselves in the void side of things, because now that we've made an emotional connection, a love connection with the hex, do you think that we'll allow the hex to die in something that Albrecht Entrati needs to have happen? $19.99 is now completely safe from anything that Albrecht Entrati wanted done, because just like in the Matrix, up until now, we had a very specific, or we had a very general relationship with the people of the origin system. We helped everybody, just like the other instances of the One in the Matrix. They had a general love for the human population, which was why they were able to go along with the new Matrix being made and everything else like that. But just like in the Matrix the movie, we have now made a personal, emotional connection to that time, to this timeline, and now we will defend it. We will not let this go. So if we go back into the story itself, Entrati wanted us to destroy this place for the spark needed for him. He even told us he knew what he was asking us to do. He knew the consequences of it, but he still needed us to do it anyhow, and he scolded us for acting like a kid for not doing it later. Yet we chose, whereas Entrati wanted us to choose indifference. We did not. Well, here's another thing that we found out. Let me answer this question here. What if the love is the indifference's weakness? But as we saw, the only reason why I don't think that love is the indifference's weakness is because I feel like this is his world. Okay. And I even say that because, like, the eye literally tells us at the end of the hex quest, it says, you're trapped here. And it's funny because we act like we won, right? But we didn't do anything. What did we do? I mean, if we've completely removed the concept of the bomb, the nuclear bomb going off, even though we keep moving towards the end of 1999 over and over and over and over and over again, if we've done that, then we've taken Entrati's idea and completely just thrown it away. We're only acting on the indifference now. Halvania. Where is that one thing? Halvania essentially means forest of hell. As I understand it, the etymology of Halvania, especially with the two little dots. PG was one of the first person that brought this up. But there, that the etymology of that, especially within the context of I can't remember what phrase it is, but Halvania very much has the etymology of forest of hell. That's true too, Randall. Like, yeah, he calls it the indifference, but it's just a name. It doesn't mean anything now. And we all know. I mean, we all know that I mean, think about it. How many times have you seen in the comments or something that someone say the indifference doesn't really act very indifferent? No, it doesn't. It doesn't act indifferent at all. And then that's where I think. Yeah, well, they actually say, like, in the beginning of the last portion of the hex quest, when Amir and Aoi, when they're going in to actually, like, kind of do the heist, if you will, right? It says on the thing, Halvania, hell, you'll never escape, or something like that. Well, the indifference hasn't necessarily shown love, but what we do know is the indifference has now felt love. Whispers in the Walls made sure of that. And I personally think it liked it. Again, I think it's one of the reasons why it's so, like, within this whole world. Like, even if you break up with one of the hex, he laughs at you. And I can't help but think that it realizes that you're just going to go to another proto frame, so you're just going to make another connection for it. I like that. Whispers in the Wall tackled its indifference with love. Now Entrati's trying to tackle its love with indifference. That's exactly it, right there. But we're in so deep now. We're in so deep. Oh, I don't think it's a conceptual embodiment of Albrecht. I think the indifference has taken the visage of Albrecht and a portion of his mindset as it's functioning um, as its own level of sentience. I guess is the best way. I mean, I can't wait for this quest to be replayed. I've the Hex quest is the pinnacle quest of Warframe of what DE has made. Its pacing is great. Its story is great. Its writing is great. Its acting is great. It's a fun quest. It's got a whodunit aspect to it that makes you like the entire time you're playing the quest, you really don't know who's who, which is amazing. Especially after all this time and all this, like, there's been lore and stuff and little things that should give us enough information to do it, but no, you can't. I thoughts. I think that's it. I think that's where we're at. Yeah, that's. I I can't get over just the idea that. And here's the thing, guys. So you know how we make that connection, right? At the very end, like before we can actually go and do the quest, we have to do the. You have to connect with each one of the people, right? Well, the thing is, in the ARG, we did the same thing. We essentially the basis behind the ARG was it was it looked like Entrati attempting to get us to help him, okay? And the concept was he needed to get these genetic codes from the hex members. Now, my first thought whenever I remember reading that, I'm like, why don't you have these genetic codes? You're the one that's been screwing with their stuff, for you've been taking the pieces of them back and forth, samples. And how do you not have this, right? But that was what it wanted. So as the course of the ARG went along, there was ebbs and flows of different things, different information that came out. I mean, the whole thing is crazy. I have a streaming like a playlist made up of all the different things of it. If you want to go through and check that out, and then the second video of my Entrati video has a lot of what happened in the ARG baked into that as well. But essentially, throughout that whole thing, the whole concept was to get these codes. And the crazy part was the only way to input the codes was through the Loc Requiem. So, like every single genetic code, like A, C, T, and G, like it had to be flipped through the visage of the Loc Requiem. And then when you put all six of the genetic codes in, that's whenever the man on the wall revealed itself to it being the one who's behind the eye and not Entrati, even though every single time beforehand, it was actually like signing documents saying, hey, you got to do this, Dr. E, or, stuff like that. And so it made you believe that you were helping Entrati the entire time. But at the end, you found out that you weren't, he wasn't there at all. So, now we're here and I don't know. I feel like there's really no way to determine so many different aspects of that story. Still. Yeah, we did everything for it. And that's what I was trying to tell you guys before is that Now, here's the other part. This is going to really bake your noodle. You ready for this? This is going to be the best part about it. The ARG insinuates, you're not even going to, you're not ready for this, that you are the third piece of the Tenno Trinity. Not your character, you. The Tenno and the Drifter control the Warframes, but you control the Tenno. And they make mention of this because you're the one in the thing. Like it's established in the ARG that there are other characters in certain places. Yet it specifically, he speaks to us, the indifference, speaks to us to get us to do stuff. It is absolutely fourth wall breaking, and it brings you as a person into the game. And if you didn't believe that already, go back and look at the end, or the part where Entrati walks down the escalator, right? To Arthur. Kalimos looks at Arthur and then looks at you and keeps its eyes on you the entire time. Yeah, then there's the eyes in the labs. That's the other thing. The eyes in the labs, they follow you. They do not follow your character. So you're in the game. You're part of it. I don't think it's a bit of a stretch at all. When you read what happened in the ARG, if you read the ARG, you would know that we are the people that did it outside the game. And it knew that's what it wanted us. It was trying to reach us outside of the game. No, that's enough. I mean, you can think of it that way too. The other and Albricks, they look at you when they crush the flower at the end. Again. So I'm just saying that here's what I'm saying. You ready? Warframe was cooking leading up to 1999 and the Hex Quest, right? But then the cook level went to like do I want to say this? Because there could be a level above. Let's just say they went Super Saiyan Blue for the moment. Because we can still go Ultra Instinct or Ultra Ego, depending on which way you go with it. But the stuff that went on in the 1999 and the Hex and the things leading up to it was some of the best stuff I've ever been a part of in a video game. It was just so much fun. And it's just been the best. Jacob, there you go. That's pretty much what we did. That's it. So I can't wait for the next quest. I can't even wait. You guys, you don't even know. It's the only story that I care about in gaming right now is Warframe. And I want a second character. Damn it! I want to go through the story again. Like, this isn't fair. I want to go through the story again. I want to go through it all. I want to go through each story. I want to go through each mission. I want all of the context. Like, because even if I replay certain quests, I can't get the stuff. If you play the Rising Tide again, you don't get the scene with the Tenno and the finger at the end. You don't get that scene. If you replay Whispers in the Walls, you don't get the scene where the Tennos is in your orbiter sitting on the crafting table. I want those back. Like, even if you replay them, you cannot see these things again. And this story is too good. I want it all. And I feel like a bunch of Warframe players who don't necessarily have much to do now because they've maxed out everything they want. If they were able to get a second character and go through again, that you would instantly get another, what, 50 hours out of a player, 100 hours out of a player, may even make them do other things. Like, who knows, maybe there's certain mods, whenever you were first going through, you didn't even know what the heck they were, right? And now they're like just little ones to fill out your min-max build. But wouldn't it be nice if, like, the mods that you got with this new character, you could just use them on your old character? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of us having to go through the grind of everything, just, let me have a character and, I can, if I have a male character, maybe I can make a female character, and then I can spend more money on cosmetics. Let's just do it. So Wally will still visit the orbiter, I think, right? But he won't. If you're talking about what I was talking about in the Whispers in the Walls mission, okay, there is a scene where you go to, essentially, you get the information from the Palm 2 board, and you get the message from Entrati, like from back in the day, and he talks about the curio that you have to craft. He says, Tenno, craft the curio, rebuild, whatever, with the vessels and this, that, and the other thing. But because if you've been through the quest one time, you've already built the curio, and it's already housed at the sanctum right now. So even if you go back to the ship, to the orbiter, where it says it wants you to go there, as soon as you get to the orbiter, it's going to tell you just to go right back to the sanctum. Okay, you're not going to see. There's a bit of dialogue with the man in the wall where you walk down the thing and he says, "Tick tock, kiddo, you don't want to be late, do you?" So you don't get that. That's gone. So, and like I said, and then the other thing is, if you go to play the Rising Tide quest, at the very end of the Rising Tide quest, there is an additional little thing where the finger pops, like your finger pops into the reliquary drive, and then it kind of slowly pans up, and you see the man on the wall sitting there, and he's like waving at you, but he's missing a finger, right? No, you cannot. I just tried. You cannot sell the curio. Can't get rid of it. So you'll never. You see that scene? That's it. That's the last time you'll see that scene. That's what I personally want. I mean, heck, what would be the super coolest? The super coolest is if you could. Again, I'm sure this would take an incredible amount of work, and I don't know what goes into it, but imagine if you could flip your Tennos like you flip your emote with Quincy. Like, if you could go from your male Tenno to your female Tenno and just like flip them around, get the other one out, like they could be like hanging out in space together, going taking down the world. Maybe you guys could double date. I could do that too. That would actually be kind of interesting. I mean, Warframe is moving forward. If they ever did a reimagining of the opening quest, if you will, to be able to kind of implement more. I mean, who knows? Maybe you were a child taken from Fox Solaris or something like that. I'm sure you could probably put a couple things in there like that. Yeah, that's exactly it. I want all that. I want to be able to play, or just operator drifter. That would be cool too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just to be able to flip. You know, that would be. I think that would be really neat. And I think, the sad part is when I saw like the fact that the skins for the hex and that, like, that was one of the easiest purchases I've ever made in gaming. Okay, because this game has given me so much, and having each one of these people with voices and to be able to use them and stuff like that, to me, slam dunk. Just take my money. Here you go, have it. I feel like an emote like that, where you could switch people quickly, drifter, operator, or both your tenos or something like that. People would be like, just just give me it, and I'll throw you my money. Warframe players, we spend our money when we want to, not when we have to. But I feel like that's the way to do it. You want people super excited about buying something when they do. You don't want them to be pissed. Oh, I got to buy this thing again. Damn it. No. It's like that's the whole thing with these things. Like, I saw them and I'm like, oh my God, look how awesome. Look how great they all look. Like, inject them into my veins. Just do that now. Again, easy purchase. Easy purchase. Take my money. I'm the same way, Highlander. That's same exact thing right there. I love spending money on Warframe. It's the only video game I enjoy spending money on because I never have to. There's never been a time whenever I had to spend money in this game. I mean, they could do all kinds of stuff. And again, people would buy it. People would do it. They'd do it in a second. I'm the same way. FOMO, I hate FOMO is the worst thing ever. If you never make me feel like my game is a job. Never make me feel like my game is a job. If I have to get on to do something, even maybe when I don't want to, that's a problem. That's a problem. But with Warframe, every time I've played, it's because I want to play it. Now that could be for two different reasons. One to play it, or the other one would be to gather footage for Warframe. But I still want to play it every time. I think the chances are actually pretty good the new temple frame will be one of the proto frames. I'm not 100%, obviously, but I think that's pretty good. Mm-hmm. You can't help but get emotional about Warframe. It's like baseball. And again, it's the main reason why is because they're like one of the few developers who they're in a partnership with their community. That's hey, excuse me. Thank you. They're in a partnership with the people that play their game. They're not in a buy my shit type mentality. They are, hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me, you, try this. Here, look, how about this? Hey, you playing our game? Oh, well, here, let me And you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, sure, I'll have more than that. I'll have all of it. And then you get in and you really start getting going. And then it consumes your life for what, 3-4 months, the beginning at least, because you can't put it down. That's what happened to me. It was like time stopped. Oh, you know what? I'm good for the chats on this one here because I didn't change anything. I'm gonna go. I don't want Eleanor to get pissed at me because I like. Okay, who in the chat is romancing Eleanor? I was curious if anybody else. She says some really, really weird shit. Like some of it gives me some Wally vibes. I'm just going to tell you that. So the new video would have been out last week. I apologize. I don't know if everybody remembers, but the video that I put up beforehand, I had an issue with the files that OBS was creating for my power director. For some reason, it was literally crashing every single time I go to edit the new video, it would crash it right away. So I took the majority of my free time this weekend and re-recorded all of the stuff using my old game capture thing. And so I finally got all the footage together. So tonight and tomorrow I will be putting it together. So as long as I don't have any kind of editing hiccups or any kind of stupid crap happen, we should have video out the next day or two. Like everything's finished. I gotta. It just has to not crash on me. That's all. That's all it has to do. Again, Eleanor's got some. She says some weird things, not just in her dialogue, but like in just a passing by. And that there's also that other. There's that other entity that's still in her. Like you can hear it in her voice. It's got like that snake-like sound in when she speaks. If you don't know what I'm talking about, after today, if you are speaking with Eleanor, you will know exactly what I'm saying. With the snake voice, the snake thing. But well, there you go. They're all the poison. That's the problem. There it is. There it is. So just be careful with your relationships. That's all. Keep your eyes open. Right? If you see some things that are weird, make mention of it. Maybe not to the person you're dating, but to somebody else. See what they think. And then you can. Oh, I'm still. I'm. Look, I have my duties too. Even though, she's got her own deal going on, she does kind of boss me around, and I got to do what I got to do. No, she speaks telepathically. Like the only time that I can tell that she speaks through her, regular voice is at the very end of that thing. Which is weird. I didn't understand what the point of that was. Like if she's never going to talk normal again, when she ripped the thing out of her tongue, what exactly did she even do? I don't know. I'll be curious to see where this all, over the course of the year, I'll be very curious to see where this all heads to as far as the story and stuff like that. But But with that being said, everybody, my voice is essentially just about gone. So I don't want to sit there and put you through the the torture of listening to it anymore this evening. Keep an eye out this week for that new video. Like I said, as long as the power director doesn't screw me over again, we'll have a new video. And then members only stream on Saturday, and we will reconvene right around this time next week for some more Warframe. And we'll definitely be talking more about the story. Also, keep an eye out. Like I said, one of the things I'm probably going to be doing like little streams periodically. One of the things I talked about yesterday is Monster Hunter Wilds. When it comes out, I'm definitely gonna be putting that together. So if anybody's interested in playing and checking that out and hanging out, we're gonna be doing that. It'll be in addition to what we're doing with Warframe. The Warframe streams will always be there, and then this will be added stuff. But well, again, just everybody remember, everything that's coming out of my mouth are theories too. They're just theories based on information in game. So, there's prone to being wrong as anybody else, given like what we talked about with, DE being able to change whatever they want on the fly. But I really do feel like the things that I present you guys in videos and in stream, these are educated theories. I never come with a theory with just like one piece of information to support it. Like I'll bring you multiple stuff. I promise. Like, yeah. Well, we're still doing the second character. That'll be probably what we do. I was going to work on it today, in the stream. But we kind of got sidetracked. So next Sunday we will get back into the second character for certain. But with that being said, thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate you spending time with me on this Sunday afternoon. Moving forward, this is probably going to be around the time that we stream. It seems like 4 o'clock in the afternoon works for a lot of people. So this will probably be the one that we stick with moving forward. So I will definitely see you all next week in that regard. But it was wonderful chatting with you and being with you here today. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, wonderful rest of your week, and I'll talk at you all in the next one. Take care, everybody. Bye.